Straight in this time, no introduction. It's an early evening stream for a change. Bit of coding. What we've done is, what I've done off air is, I've added some sprites into the collection, and that's it. Nothing else. 2 sprites. 4 actually, but 2 different sprites. Damn it, did I add the second lot on there? I don't even know. No, I think I didn't. I think it's 20. So, what I've added is, where's it gone? Let's look at UDG'd. How you doing, my man? You back again? Nice. Yeah, I'll show you what I've done in UDG'd. So I've made this pumpkin, and it's, if you looked at the preview, it's animated. Oh, what's happened? No. Oh. There we go. So there you go. And also this ghost. So they're in there. And that's about it basically. That's all I've done. So let's change back to the other one. So I was thinking we'll make our guy be able to go left. We've already done quite a lot of the jumping, so we might be able to do that as well, and then we can add the pumpkins and stuff like that in. Let's have a look at it. And there we go. So I've been trying to find out about how to do layers in the tile map. I'm not sure if you can or can't, but it would be lovely if you could. I looked at the Altered Beast demo. There's like 3 or 4 layers of parallax scrolling going on. Not quite sure how they do it. Yeah. Like, let's just flip back to that other window again, just for one moment. Give me a sec. Yeah, so here's all the code for the Altered Beast, but you know, it's quite nasty. Like, you know, I don't know how to sort it all out. It's got everything you need here, though. How to import tile maps. But what I'm basically talking about is that. Oh, it's not showing you it. Oh, there you go. Them trees there, are they part of the tile map? Same can be said for the mountain and the gates at the front, fence. So that's obviously a really advanced version of what I want to get, but eventually I want some sort of layers to the tiles, really. Yeah, clouds and trees and that front gate, that fence thing looked quite good. You know, we could have graves that come past. Just the top of the grave you see really close up or something. With interrupts. What I was mainly worried about was you saw how the tree was moving, and then the background behind it was scrolling by faster, but there was no like overlap you know, the pixels were all being drawn correctly for the background. So it seemed to me there was two layers, and the sprite, the tree was really big, so you wouldn't have thought that would be a sprite. I mean, I guess it could be an 8 times sprite or 4 times magnification or whatever it is. That might have been what it was. But... Okay, well we'll do. We'll have to look at the code one day. So see them trees, and then the mountains, and even if you look through the leaves, the mountains are still being drawn. So maybe they are sprites. I see the bottom is quite blocky. I can see how that works, but because that doesn't overlap anything, so they're just moving at a different speed. But still, it's them trees and the background that gets me. Then you actually look at the moon as well, which doesn't move at all. But I suppose that's at the top, so that's fine. I get that as well. But yeah, all the clouds are moving at a different speed. It definitely looks like there's more than one layer going on. Tiles with transparency. See, just the fact that you can have transparency in the tiles makes me think there must be more than one layer of tiles. But if they're tiles, yeah, how are they scrolling past the mountains behind them, going really slow? Is that perhaps a layer 2 thing? And then that goes really slow. That could be it, couldn't it? Perhaps the mountains are layer 2 bitmap, like we were doing with that full screen image. Scroll per layer. Hmm. We'll have to look at it and find out one day. One day soon. Because it's not quite going to cut it not being able to do parallax. Of course, I could use the sprite engine to do parallax scrolling. You know, you could scroll parallax with just sprites. But I don't feel like that's the right way of doing it. Maybe there is already another way of doing it with the tiles. So what should we do first? Make him go left, yeah? Because that's going to be helpful. Right, let's just have a look at him then. If I remember right, his default was facing left, and we had to flip him. Mirror X, attribute 2. There it is, look. So to flip him, we could just XOR that bit. Or we could just set it even easier, really, because when we go left, where is it? We don't have a left, do we? So we need to do the same when we go right. It's funny, everything really is the same, but hmm. I'm trying to think of a way, but it's sometimes stupid to try and be too clever. I can just, if I have to call these twice, it doesn't really matter. Rightio. It's stupid to be too clever. It really is. Like, I was thinking of some way of combining them and then just having like a bool to say whether we're going left or right. But it'll probably come in handy having them split. You know. Pretty much copy that whole thing though. Call as a subroutine to flip the bit. I don't know, I quite like this. Keep it separate for me. I wonder if we can do sub. Oh, we can do add HL minus, I remember. It's weird. It's weird that, yeah. I'll refresh the chat on my end as well, just to see if that helps. I've noticed that. We've already got scroll left. We've already got that. This scroll marker. It's the same as well, isn't it? Yeah. So just check collision left is the only thing we need. Call it sideways because I don't want to confuse it with up and down solids. I might want to keep them separate. Oh, that's a shame. I'm definitely not. I'm only seeing yours, Micro, I think. It's a bit annoying. The only difference is we don't want to add this. I'm a little bit worried that we're using the same bool. Might cause problems, but we'll soon find out. Oh, what's going on there? His laptop. That's bloody weird. I mean, I don't have my settings to block anybody. I've got it on the least restrictive one, I think. That's very, very odd. I guess maybe try a different browser. That normally helps me. I wonder why. Ah, that'll be why. I wonder why it's showing the ghosts there. I've messed up somehow. You're getting whispers, fair enough. Maybe it was 18. No, that's even worse. God, what did I do? '20's definitely correct. Must be something in the animate then. Yeah, it's no longer sprite count. What we want is the ones that are the player. I think that's 16. Oh, and then you got to use that, of course. There we go. Right, so we can still turn around. We just need to flip the bit. That one bit when we're going left. It's annoying to set it every frame. It'd be nice to only do it. Oops. We could have walking left and walking right. Nah. I actually think one of the quickest and easiest ways is just to set the bit. Rather than do any comparing or anything. Play attribute 2 it's called. I think it's bit 3. Whoa, thank you, Specky Bit. Specky Nut, I mean. Specky Bit. Pog champ. Love it. See, that definitely works. Yeah, what bit was it? 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So that's not optimal. We don't need to do that every frame. What we really need to do is if he's not already facing left. Or we could just test that bit and see if it's set already. Of course. Anyway, so setting it is actually for right on this occasion because he faces left by default. That's not common, that. Doesn't matter. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, Moko. Because I think it happened with Bendeloz's message for me yesterday as well. There we go. Sadly, it doesn't look like he's centered. I'll come up with something to sort that out. Oh, that's a shame. Just wonder where I was saying scroll marker for left. Let's do minus 32. He is, but I don't know why. That should be C. So I've at least given a bit of a buffer for the scroll. Still doesn't... Because he's not actually flipping on the anchor if you think about it, right? Because his anchor when he's facing right is behind his left shoulder. That's really odd. He should stay in his centre, I would have thought. Because his sprite was centred. Maybe it wasn't. I think that's what the problem is, you know. .32 by 32. Yeah, it's weird that. That's what it looks like to me as well. I wonder, somewhere in here we set on one of these anchor bits. It might be, no, it's not that one. One of them we can set whether the sprite, the relatives are unified or composite. It might have something to do with it. I think it's this T bit here. Let's try removing that. Whoa. Oh, that's just because only one of them mirrored. So we can see what's happening, yeah. You can, that's actually demonstrating what's happening, isn't it? Hmm. So the only way I can think of getting around that is by when we do flip it, we need to move him. What a pain. That means we will have to do that thing I said about setting up a direction. Or at least making sure we only do this once. So just one time we want to check. So wait there. Uh, PR is pattern relative, so that's nothing to do with it, I'm afraid. That's just to do with when you assign a pattern number. It's either relative to the anchor or not. X8 is to do with the most significant bit of the X, and we don't need it. But this will work. This will work. I see what's happening now. It's mirroring the anchor, right? And then it moves all of the relatives over to the other side of the anchor so that they match up. You know, it doesn't mirror properly. It doesn't mirror the full 32 by 32. So we've got to add another offset, for want of a better word, to fill that gap and move that right amount. No worries, no worries. Yeah, it's a shame it's not letting him type in here. I don't know what I can do at my end. I've already refreshed it, so there's not much I can do. I would say delete your cache, your internet cache, or use a different browser. I think you can just delete the Twitch cache, but I don't know. You probably know what you're doing already. So if I want it to be 0, if it's already 0, then just jump. And that'll be the opposite, so NZ. If not, this will happen one time. So we'll reset the bit and move it I think it's 32 we want to actually move it by, but it might be 16. So that's just a little bit, remember. That's okay. If we have problems, we'll look there and change it. I'm not sure how that works with a 16-bit. My brain's gone dead. Yeah, that's good. Let's just try that then. Oh, did I? Let's just check. Oh, it didn't flip at all. Right, I'm going to get rid of that 16 so there's no jolt in the movement. The moonwalk. It seemed to not get to here. Oh, look. I'm not even calling this. Always go straight for the most unobvious solution. It still doesn't turn him round though. Yo, Specky Nut. That's weird, it lets you come in here to do that only. That's a bit rude, isn't it? Very odd. I mean, I could just try that, but I don't think that's right. Oh. So it went too far left, I think. Why have I got that the wrong way round every time? If you're facing left, you want to make sure bit 3 is equal to 0, yeah? But if you only want to do that once, you only want to do it when he's technically facing right still. And bit is meant to yield the opposite into Z. Oh yeah, so I want to check it's 1. Yeah, that does... No. Oh god, I don't know. I would have honestly thought it needed to be NZ. That's really, really odd. That's better. So when we do right, we want to do the same thing, but add it. It also doesn't like it if you do that before the scrolling begins. But we'll look at that later. Why the heck is it Z though? Let me just quickly think about that. Oh yeah, because I'm jumping away. So if it's 0, I'm actually checking. Yeah, okay. Makes a lot of sense now. we got an error. You reused that label by mistake somehow. It's pretty perfect now. Almost perfect. Perhaps it's the scroll thing. Scroll marker, I called it. On the left. On the left we do C. I think you want +1 there maybe. No worries, man. It is a bit of a bummer. Oh, that looks even worse now, doesn't it? Yo, thank you, Specky, my dude. It's pretty sweet, but not quite perfect. I think it's something to do with tweaking these markers. Let's just leave them both in the middle for now, so it's not confusing. And then another day or another time later, we can look at tweaking them. Scroll right, more than or equal. Ah, so maybe just -1 there, then quickly try that set. That's pretty sweet. Did it? The bagatelle. Right, so it's either jumping or pumpkins now. I think jumping will be a lot harder than pumpkins. Because I was thinking of either using pumpkins as enemies, but I could always just use them as a... I was thinking also of using them as ornaments, you know, they go in front of you, almost like a parallax scrolling layer. Jumping pumpkins. Why not? Why not? That's much harder, but more fun. Vines reach out. That's bloody clever as well. Well, I think what I'll do is I'll draw one, just an animated pumpkin that just sits there at the start of the level. Then we can learn about using like world position to position this pumpkin like here, you know, for example. But then after that, then we'll do a jumping pumpkin, you know. That's going to be a lot harder. I hope it's going to be good. We'll try. Okay. Let me have a little think. A jump. I like it. I like it. That's what the enemy could be called, isn't it? We got to make. I wanted to make a game with a game manual and everything with the enemies. You know, like they used to be in the old days. I would love to do that one day. Right, let's just get started. I was trying to think of making sure I had the best way of doing it, but we've got player just sat there in the main folder. I think I am tempted just to have objects instead of having pumpkins. I'm gonna try and be cleverer than usual. And I'm just gonna have objects.asm. And that'll be an array of objects. Some of these are words, aren't they? I remember now. So we'll have an is alive, false. It's very similar to what we've already done before, you know. We have the X position. Y. Hopefully that makes sense. Before we have them, actually, I'd like to have a world position in bytes. What else? Oh, because this is now abstracted or whatever the word is. It's not just an array of pumpkins. It's any objects. So we'll have a type as well. And we'll have a list here of types. Right. That might just about do us for now. Oh, and then of course they're going to need their attribute. Attribute 2, 3, and 4. So yeah. So for now, I am just going to have one to make it easier to work with while we're setting it up. I'll end the array by doing that. It's about time we made a constant for that, I reckon. Might make it more readable. Saves you having to wonder what that 255 is about. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because X is 2 bytes. So we've got 10. Okay. So we'll write it right now as if it's just 1. Well, no, let's do it the other way around. So we want init for whatever it's worth, and then update and draw. Right. Another thing we need here is a slot ID. Because the way I code in this is still not optimal. Because the way I make these games is I give them all their own ID at the start. But you can only have a limited number, like I think it's 64. Unless you use 4-bit sprites, and then you can do 128. But that's only for on the screen at once, so really there's probably a way of assigning that dynamically. And in fact, I've defined a byte for it here, so there's no reason why we can't do that still. But how I've been doing it is I've been hard coding that in. That limits me to not having that many objects in the game, you know, but or at least in each level. That's in attribute 3, and also is alive is going to do that as well. In attribute 3, the bit 7 is visibility, but I'm going to use is alive, and then I'm just going to have a simple routine that checks if it's not alive, it sets the visibility off. Like I say, I'm going to come up with a way where I leave the visibility always on, and I assign slots only when they're needed. I'm going to come up with that, but that's not yet, because I want to just get some working sort of half games made up first. So all that happens in objects init is we're going to have a draw init as well, where it just does the first draw only. But we need to loop through. If we have like a few, you know, let's have 3 of them. So the way I like to do this now is just point it at the beginning of this. Return when it gets to the end. There's no real point setting these to true. We need to, not in the initializing loop. We actually want to initialize every one of them the same. And all we're doing is calling the draw, the init draw. That's like the initial one where we set up any relatives. Then again, are these objects going to have any relatives, or should they all be 16 by 16? Make life simple. Yeah, in fact, I'm considering not even having it attribute 4. The only good thing is we can magnify with that. Let's leave it in there. But actually, I'm not even going to bother with anything to do with initializing. Because all I was going to do in there was set up the relative sprites, but we're not going to have them on objects. They're going to all be 16 by 16. For now, at least. The pumpkins are just sprites, so I don't think it's going to matter what's going on with the tile map. I might be missing something there, but let's copy the draw code from here. Let's not mess around. It's very, very similar. Alright, so instead of the slot, we want IX plus... Oh, let's number these. I don't know. I mean, right now, there is no collision detection on the pumpkins. But, you know, I'm known to miss things. So, forgive me if I'm misunderstanding what you mean. There we go, that's better. I just wonder, can we do that? I'll have to try that later. PX low byte. It's 4. PY 6. 7, 8, 9. It's pretty much as simple as that to draw another sprite. We want to draw all of them. we can either manage that with the bit of visibility, or indeed we could just make sure the visibility is always on and use that is alive. So in the probably best, might be easiest just doing it here actually. So load AIX, compare false, return Z. So it's not going to draw any of them right now because they're all false. Really, we should be coming up with a way of checking if it's in the camera's view to set, not just manually setting them to true. But in a minute, I'll set this one to true. It's going to be at 0, 0. It will get drawn. So I would normally check if they're alive or dead here, but I think it's actually tidier to do it here. It means one less label as well. Yeah, exactly like that, Specky. Except for before we had the convenient camera, and now we don't. We're using that offset thing. Pretty much the same though. But it held us up last night for a little while, didn't it? Something to do with the subbing rather than adding. So we want to add object's length to IX. I wonder, can we just do that now? Because we could with HL. Probably not. Let's try this out. We should see one pumpkin at 0, 0 on the screen space. We need to go in game. Call objects.draw. Ah, I need to include objects. Hopefully it'll work this time. Oh no, error. Ah, illegal instruction. So that's a shame. I should be learning to use HL. Thing is, you can't just do HL plus 10, I don't think, so. Let's just do it this way, it's no biggie. There we go. Oh my goodness, look what I've done. Oh, Is that because of my use of IX? Ten. 11. It should be 11 now. There we go. Funny how one tiny little thing. Error, error, exterminate. Hey, wait. Why is that? Where did this thing come from up here? Oh, the left collision didn't work either. I think that's because I went past the tile map 0 though. Shouldn't be doing that. I didn't see a pumpkin either. Where's your pumpkin? Oh, we need to set up the attributes, of course. So this will be used later when in a knit, I'll check what type it is, and then we'll know what sprite pattern to assign to it. Or we might use it for collision detection or whatever else as well. Yeah, I could still hard code the attributes here. This would still be handy. We haven't used weld yet. We'll need a routine to lay that, to use them, to put them into the correct screen position. So here's attribute 2. Palette mirror x8. Right this minute we don't need to worry about that, it can be 0 still. Pattern ID though. Uh, 20 I think it is. No it's not, it's 16. So even though we can leave it 0, we'll put it like that so we know that's attribute 2, and then this is attribute 3. Okay. So I'm a little bit concerned with x8, the most significant bit, but I dealt with it on the Red Dwarf game. It should be the exact same principle. I'll think about it later. Pattern ID, let's hard code it in. 16 it is. I think 16 is like there, but what's this one? But I'll just confirm that. Yeah, oh correct. Visibility needed to be on, and so did extended. That's why we didn't see it. Now that sets the right pattern, otherwise we just would have saw this guy's head. And Why not mirror it as well? So that's Y8 we're never going to use. But I just want to mirror it by 2 times. Is that magnify it by 2x? Let's try that out. There we go. Mirrored Pumpkin. Let's animate him up there while he's up there. Or is animating him a good idea now? Or should I sort out the world position before it gets complicated? Yeah, it doesn't make any difference. Oh, I lost my audio. Okay, it's all good. There we go. See, you'd want to name this type of animation really, so that you could reuse it for all the. It just goes. I guess it flips between 2. Maybe animate A B. Maybe that's a good little code to come up with. Because then we could have like A B C B C D. You know, we could come up with some complicated one later on. That's going to do any object that we chuck at it. IX is already pointing at the object when we call it. The annoying thing is, it's either got to be 16 or 17. And I can't think of a good way of doing it generically so that, you know, for other patterns. No, I'm going to put animate pumpkin, sod it. It's a bit annoying because now we have to check what type it is. Hmm. X plus 8. That's the annoying thing. Like, it has a set value for the pattern. So if this wasn't a pumpkin, if I was adding, say, 5 different types of objects, they'd all have to have different patterns to start with, but then they'd only need to go up by 1 and down by 1. So I was trying to make it a generic function based on that. It seems like a lot of work. It would have to mask them bits out, find out this value, reduce it by, well, that's the bit I don't get. Yeah. Number of steps to animate variable. Good idea. Very good idea. But it still doesn't answer of how to like compare. Because my plan would be to say, if it's 16, make it 17. Or I could do the XOR thing, you know. Ah, I've got an idea. XOR. So it's 16 and 17. XOR 1. So 16, 1. That's what you meant by the animate variable, I think. The number of steps. Give me a sec. I'm just... There must be a way with XOR, right? 16 and 17. How do you do it with XOR? Yeah. So 16 XOR 1 is 17. 17 XOR 1 is 16. So if I put another value here, and put sprites specific, now this, all these objects can only have 2 frames of animation now, okay? But what this has done is I can now set it here. And it's going to either be 16 or 17 by XORing it to that value. So I have to wash out them bits, XOR with that, put it back, put them back. And then it will animate. So let's split that. I want to see it all the time. Oh, how annoying. Okay. So it's attribute free. So now we've just got the pattern ID. I'm not sure if you can do this. This is B. Let's put it in B for a sec. Yeah, but what I'm trying to think of is, imagine you've got object ghost and his sprites are either 19 or 20, but you want to be able to use the exact same routine without modifying it. Because we've written loads of routines that just flip through frames now. I'm not going to try and do that because I could do that now with just a pumpkin, but like I say, we've done loads, haven't we? We've already done that, so we might as well try and do this. But what I'm basically writing is animate object, yeah, and all objects have 2-frame animation. If something wants to have 3 frames of animation and there's only one of them, we'll just create a different object, you know, for that. And if we want to have lots of them, we'll either think of a way of adapting this to have yet another byte of memory to say how many it's got, or we'll have another thing similar to this but more detailed, you know, like a advanced object or something. Change this name to simple object, for example. Now I'm just bothered about, could I have just X or A? Hang on, let me look at this. I've got to look at Z87. Looks like you can actually do that, so I didn't need to put it in B. It might be just straightforward as that. Oh yeah, in that update, I want to check if it's dead. Don't do it. No, it's a choice, Specky Nut. I've chose to limit myself. 2 frames is alright for a simple object. Oh my goodness me. How did I fix that last time? I forgot. Oh, it was this number, wasn't it? That's probably why. I mean, this one's dead anyway. Hopefully this will work. There we go, look. It's just happening too quick. But doesn't that look cool how quick it is actually? Let's not magnify it. It did look cool, didn't it? It looked like an actual lighting effect. I think it's going quick. Yeah, I like that. I like the way it's like irregular. Pumpkin good. I'm not sure where this grave appears from above my head now. It's definitely not there. Yeah, that's weird that. I think there's something going wrong with the loading of the map when you're scrolling left. That's brilliant. So we just need to convert his position to world space now, rather than, you know, from world space to screen space. We really should just copy the red dwarf code a lot for that, to be honest. That would be. Um. I remember it. It's like basically checking collision detection, but with the camera's viewport using world position. So let's make both of these true. No, that's not. That's not. But let's make world X for this guy 50. Let's leave him on the top row for now. This, by the way, this XOR thing, it needs to be a. You need to calculate that depending on what the two sprite images are, the two sprite patterns are. Like one is because I was using 16 and 17, but it could be completely different for 19 and 20, or you know, any other numbers. But just out of interest, what would 19 be? Not sure how you get 19 and 20. Can't figure that out. I'm glad I managed to do it with that, with 16 and 17. Hmm. Let's just write all the routines down here. This is like stuff that every single class will have almost. Extended bathroom break. Yet again, I need to split it. So world X. And if world X is less than offset. Oh, wait there. We're going to put it into B. So actually that's fine. If it's smaller, if A is smaller than B, it means the object is too far to the right to be seen. Not jump. So this time, oh, hang on a minute, hang on. Yeah, this time if A is smaller than B, we've missed via the left side. And Y, interestingly, is always in view because there's no scrolling on Y. So we can actually just leave that for now. Is alive should actually be called is in view. And we'll set it to false now because we don't want to be seeing it unless it detects that it's in the view, which it should do straight away. Don't really know a nice way of writing that. It can return and we're going to jump to it. So if not, it is in view. We don't actually need a routine, we could just set it in view here. Now it's relying on IX pointing at an object. And we'll do that in update. We're already doing it. We even want to do that on dead objects though. Oh, it's not jump. So that sets our in view ball, and it's not going to try and draw anything. Oh, I remember having a problem with this though. I've just remembered. This doesn't work to set that. it ends up never setting the bit to set the visibility off. So you still need to set bit 7 of that to 0. It's attribute 3, which is number 8. I remember now. That's what I was saying the other day. Like, really, we don't really need this in view. We can just use that bit instead. All right. Well, that's okay, but it still doesn't like affect the position. And we don't see it even, so something's not quite right there. Double check it gets to there. Yeah, it's there. It's definitely hitting that break point. Okay, man. I was surprised that that didn't work, actually. Ah. Oh no. I was about to say, did I check if it was dead there and not do it? That's not the case. Get rid of that for a second. I don't think for a minute that's going to help us, but... Oh, it is there, look. Interesting. I think that was just showing us the second one there. Okay, it's there now. How weird. Oh, it's the slot. They need to have different slots. Let's put 10 and 11, sort of. Right, okay. He shouldn't be in view. That'd be awesome if you can find that out, mate. Is there some vids about it, is there? I didn't see that. I suppose I only look for like 2 minutes. I'm very impatient, and then I think, oh, I can't find it. You see, I've set weld X to 50 here. So I'm not expecting to see this one. I'm expecting it to set that bit to 0. Hmm. So it finds that breakpoint. Does it really? Sounds like a laugh. I just couldn't figure it out when I tried to set it up. I couldn't find any decent games for the viewers to play. Because I did try and find some. It keeps turning my headphones off. It's annoying. I'm wondering why it's not getting set to not in view there. This one. It's almost like it doesn't care a toss about the world position. Let's put a breakpoint here again, but this time put this to 20. So the breakpoint's pretty much working. This is working at the right time, but it's not having the effect I want it to have. Yeah, so even when I do that, I've pretty much decided I don't need the is alive bit at the start, but I'm not going to change that just because I don't want to change all the different values. Mm. it updates them all and it draws them all. I don't know what the problem is really. So it calls check in view. Let's put it up here. I don't think that does anything now, to be quite honest. Nope. I'll have a glimpse at the red dwarf one, see if I can get some help for myself. No, it's pretty much identical to what I've just done actually. Other than it's using that camera value. But even down to having the same IX number and everything for all the things, it was the same. Oh, how's it end up in here? I wonder if we just set it to 0 first. Ooh. It might have just worked to check that at the start. You know, call that check in view one time, but try that instead. You still see them, they're getting set. Something in update is setting them then. Obviously that. How? It's not getting set anywhere, is it? How can that happen? I've got rid of it in here. They should be invisible. Look, now they are. So something between this and this. Aha, it's the animate player then. Even though we're and in that. Aha. So that's no longer any good to do that. I see. We need to record them. The wall is banging. The cat's. Have you got a big cat? Excellent, they're not visible. Hopefully one of them is now. Oh. Wait there, that could be why. Yeah, okay. We've sorted it. But the thing is now we need to calculate the screen position from the world space. It's all well and good having it at 0, 0. That's why it looks like it works. But if I put this at 20 or even 39, we still see it at 50. You know, that's wrong. As soon as we put it to 41, it will disappear. So we need to use that offset value again to calculate. I guess it's calculating the screen position. We need to put these to 0 because they could be anything. It shouldn't matter what they are. Uh, £20 Tom and an £18 Tom. That is pretty huge. Are they just random cats in the neighbourhood that doesn't come around knocking at your house? Yeah, you should. Hench cat. They fight all the time. If it is in view, that's when we want to call check screen spot. Calculate screen. So how are we going to calculate the screen? Let's not look at the previous work we've done. Let's just do it again. Piss on a spray. My sidewalk now. So listen, how do we want to do this? We know the world position only, and we know the offset's position. We luckily know that Y is never going to scroll. So I guess we could... Yeah, Y doesn't really matter. We can just change that and use that directly. Just times it by 8. It's just the X then. It should be really easy, really. For now, we're just going to deal with the little bite of this. Although, no, we do need to do the other one. Basically, let's write it down as a formula. That seems to help me quite a lot. It's only X. So X in screen equals offset, take away view width. Plus world X. Is that really it? Is it really like just that? I think it's wrong. Yeah, I think this is wrong. This is how I do things though. I've always been like this. I just write it down and try and visualize it in my head before, and then I see what happens on the screen. Very often it doesn't relate, but if we have 0, 0, or just forget the Y. If we have 0 and we move the offset to 41, we don't want to see that anymore. It should be gone. So so this would be 1 plus world width. It's definitely wrong. I know that offset oh god, offset take away view width is there somewhere. No problem, micro. I forgot about it earlier. Let's think about this one instead. We want it to appear when offset is 41, don't we? And it's nothing to do with when it's appearing. We've already got the check-in view sorted. But we want to calculate what screen X is. I'm really tempted to look at my other code, but I don't want to. I want to try and figure it out again if possible. It is slightly different now anyway, with the offset instead of the camera X. There'll be a ×8 in here as well, eventually. Could be that. Forget Y, because Y we're not bothered about at the moment. We're just calculating X. Y I can literally set. The world is the exact same as the screen, just ×8. I think what I've just written is correct. If not, it's the other way around with the minus WX being here. 1. No, it's the other way around. So 41, take away 1. ×8. 40 ×8, 320, yeah? So that's bang on, isn't it? Hello, my mate. I've only just seen your message, new viewer. Can't set up VS Code. Oh, dude, Specky Nut was just having the same problem. I have got lots of videos that can help you on it. Depends whether you want to do Next or just original ZX. What do you reckon, Micro Man? I reckon that's pretty much bang on. I'm going to work on that being correct. So I'm setting these values here. X has 2 bytes, Y has 1. Let's set Y. I'll write it here. So worldwide is IX plus 3. We actually know it's never going to go higher than 255. So we can just simply times it by 8 like that. And then we want to put that value into IX plus 6. So that's Y pretty much taken care of. We could probably check that right now by putting like 10 there in the Y in the world for the top one. And there you go. So that's good. And of course we know there's 32, so let's put 30 because it's 2 cells per height. This should be right at the bottom of the screen, and there he is. Perfect. So y is perfect. It is working good. We're going to get there in the end. And once we crack this, we really are deep into it then. We can make a lot of games. I mean, we might not be doing everything the most optimal way, but it certainly is scalable into like a full game like this. One thing I want to learn is how to load the levels off the disc so that I don't have to store it all when we load the game. I want to be able to load just one level at a time, ideally. X is a little bit more complicated, and this is where my formula might fail. But first we just want ix plus 2, that's simples. We now want to we now need to do this calculation here, don't we? Do you know a good emulator? Yes. There's one, if you want just Z80, there's one called Z80 Stealth. And I absolutely love that. But I've started using C-Spec now, which is a ZX emulator. It does the next and all the other types of Spectrum as far as I know as well. I'm using Windows, of course. Well, I say of course. I say that most of my regular viewers will know that. So yeah, we need to do this calculation first. Or maybe not first, but at some point. Oh, it's not sub IX, it's sub view width. Windows, yeah? Yeah, you should use C-Spec. But also, if you want one just for Z80, there's one called Z80 Stealth. I'm using C-Spec for this game here. This is a ZX Spectrum Next game. So, yeah, when we scroll to the left, it breaks because that goes below 0. We've got to stop that. Oh, right. Z80 emulator. Well, I mean, you don't have to use it for games. It is just an emulator. Sounds interesting course. Sounds like a very interesting course. Right, so we'll load BA. So now we've got that in B. X. Add a B. We actually want to use D and E here so we can use the multiply. Because this could go over 1 byte. For now, let's not worry. Let's just pretend it's just 1 byte. It's going to cause some mess ups though. We are going to have to use that mul. What we're going to have to do is haven't quite figured it out actually. I mean, I did it in that other project, so I can always look back on that if I get really stuck. But yeah, Z80 Stealth's a good one, I think, for pure emulation of the Z80. Well, yeah, I don't know what you're trying to do, to be honest. If your course might be to write an actual Z80 emulator yourself. I don't know. Or is it just to write text on the screen? Could be anything. Just to mess with instructions. Well, game's a great way to do that, isn't it, really? Just draw a sprite on the screen and start moving it around with the keyboard. And, you know, press S to move it down. And yeah, using loops. I've lost my audio again. It keeps turning off. I think it thinks I'm not here. I might have to quickly look on my other project here. Oh, of course, we can just use HL. I remember with the Z80 Next you can do add HLA. It's also not add, is it? It's subtract. I know we can do add HLA, but I'm not sure we can do load HLA, but I'll soon find out. Nah, there's an error. Damn you. I have to do load HL0, add HLA. Yeah, see, it doesn't mind that. Oh, ZX Spin is a good one for that if you want to write the code in the emulator. Yeah. That should help you along your way. Some of my early videos would certainly help you as well. Don't know if you've checked my YouTube out. There's like real beginner stuff, and then there's a bit further down the line more advanced stuff. Try and get you a link. Yeah, it depends on how advanced you are already, doesn't it? There's my very earliest video, yeah. If you check that and then all of them sort of playlists, it gets more and more advanced as we go pretty quickly throughout the videos. A lot of people have liked them early videos. Because when I first done them videos, I'd only been coding assembly for about a month or less, so I was a real beginner. That's it. It might just be something simple as writing "Hello World," or you might have to write your own assembler. I don't know. Yeah, man, it'll sink in. We're having a little bit of trouble here. Not quite sure what's going on with that pumpkin right now. It doesn't help that I'm not 100% sure that formula is correct, but I am pretty sure it is. And then it's just a case of making sure the instructions are right. Yeah, check that first video, mate, on that link, because that's all about setting up VS Code in the most simple way for Spectrum. And then there's another one later for using dzog, debugger and all that, but that first one is just using Pasmo and VS Code. It's helped a lot of people. I've had quite a few people have said it helped them. So yeah, I'm just worried about. I'm just only using the lower byte here, which is annoying. I need to OR in H. That's what I need to do to the higher byte. And we need to do that in the drawer as well, which we already are. There. Is it simple as just doing OR? Maybe it is. This value here, right, that I've just calculated, the high byte contains the MSB for attribute 2. Yeah. I love them quotes, man. I think it's as simple as doing that, but I am a bit lost now. So that's the MSB X8. I'm going to start calling it. That might do it. I think it will. Doesn't look good. Oh, maybe. I think it is actually. It's glitching a bit, but Oops, I just stretched it beyond the screen, didn't I? I'm just trying to make sure it's the exact right level for the floor. So it's 32 rows. So that's for number 31, 30. 28. So I want him to be on row 26, the pumpkin. And I want him to start at 41. So as soon as it starts scrolling, we should see this guy along the floor. And then 2 next to him. In fact, 1 next to him, because that... No, 2. That should be right next to him. Because it takes up 2 cells. 26. 26Y, that is, yeah. That's the Y, world Y. So I want this one also on 26. That's where the floor is. But obviously 2 above the floor, yeah? So now we should see them just after it starts scrolling. And there they are. It's not perfect because I think we need to like bit shift them. Also, why is he appearing on the left there? There's something quite... There's a reason for that though. And it's nothing to do with what I've just written. I mean, it doesn't disprove it doesn't work. That's weird though, look, when we get to there. Okay. Don't forget you need to tab it in. Tab that. Normally you need to have some white space in front of org. Also, don't mix capitals and non-capitals in instructions. It's a bit complicated with ZX Spin. I'm not an expert on it. There's a way of poking it into the memory and doing randomize USR, but I don't use that method. If you watch my first video, you'll see how to do it without doing that, but you have to write a small bit of compiler directives to make it boot immediately. I'm not sure why they vanish here though. Oh, it's when they get out of that. It's they're working in the most significant, aren't they? They're also like sliding towards me. I think it's got something to do with... Actually, no, it must be to do with this. Sublime is nice as well. Whichever one you prefer. I found a really good one called... Oh, bugger, what was it called? I used it for the Sega Master System. It had something built in for it. Yeah, it's not easy to run it on ZX. You've got to look up a tutorial for that. I'm not an expert on that. There's a way of poking it into the set bit of memory and then writing USR 32768 or something like that. I'm only a novice myself. The only way I can help you is if you're following along with my videos. Sorry about that, man. If it's something on my videos, I'll probably remember it. Or someone else might have not, but I definitely used spin. That was the first thing I ever wrote code in for ZX. Sometimes people just don't like change though, Micro, innit? Like, I'm sure when the next thing comes along. Yeah, thank you, man. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. Thanks for dropping in. I hope you get somewhere soon with that. It's nothing more frustrating than not even being able to start the code. Have you figured it out for him? Oh well. I reckon he'll be back, although he didn't give me a follow, but as he gets more into the Z80, I'm sure he'll have a pop back here eventually. I'm quite happy with the Y. Am I happy with this formula? Is it just this ore thing? Quite popular right now. Nice. It's good, isn't it? I'm gonna keep going though. Hopefully, get even more popular. Like, might be able to do Nintendo, you know, Commodores, pull in new viewers each time. That's the plan. I'll try getting rid of the X8. I think X8's a good name for it. If we just learn that that's what I mean by that. That's what they call it in the docs. Now, we're not going to see it when we start scrolling, but when we get nearer to it, we should see it. Oh god, they're there. Yeah, that's actually better. That's more what I expected to see. So I reckon just the way I'm oring it there is the problem. Either that or it here. IX7 is meant to hold. Yeah, so we blend the two there. It's the World X. Take away Camera X, basically. Times 8. As long as this is correct. Then I'm happy with that bit as well. As long as that works as we think. Sure it does. Good evening, Moz mate. I'm having another struggle here now. I think it's all to do with this most significant bit, X8. Is it literally just the way I'm oring it? So imagine for the first one, it's 41. That is 41. Take away camera's position. It's a real struggle. Ah, I'm putting it straight into attribute 2. I should be putting it into the high byte of X. Just like that, isn't it? And that is a genuine 16-bit number. It's not like I have to mess around to make that. And then where's the draw gone? PX is completely wrong. What's that doing in there? That's the problem. Getting that club out. Yeah, who PX there? That's much better. There's still some problems to iron out. It doesn't scroll at the exact same rate as the scrolling background, so it's hard to sync it up. And also, it's the tile background seems to be is getting clipped. I need to somehow clip the sprite drawing routine as well, if possible. That's something that could get done, you know, at completely a later date. So we need to add jumping now so we can get over the grave and test this out properly by having like a longer level with different pumpkins spotted, dotted about the place to collect. I'm pretty happy how that works now. I think that's working. Yeah, jump. Right, well we've already got the gravity downforce. And if I remember right, I've actually created upforce as well. Should probably have called this just down and upforce, to be honest. Whoops. In fact, force down. No, down force. Right. Gravity here is only applied when we're in the jumping state. So currently, as soon as we start jumping, it's applying gravity. And what that does is that adds to a velocity until velocity reaches a maximum. Just keeps adding. So if we wanted to be like make it so that we could hold space and jump for make it a flexible amount, we could do that by just continually adding that force up to a set value, you know. For now though, let's make it so you just there's a like just one size of jump. Let's just call it jump for now. Or player jump. Yeah, I'm not too I don't want to do it for tables. The only thing I might do for a table would be like a velocity table where, you know, where it sets like a chain of velocities, maybe. But no, I think I'd either the first way I'm going to try is just by applying forces up to it. The second way will be I'll only apply gravity when we reach the top of our jump. So I'll come up with a maximum jump height and then start applying gravity after that. Yeah. But I think because jump force is twice of gravity, it should be okay just to keep applying that. Although maybe I do want to do just like recording of the takeoff point. Just add it at the bottom of the variables. Now, 0 is okay as a default because if it's 0, that's the top of the screen, and we know that you're not up there trying to jump. So if it's 0, we'll ignore it. We're going to need a state. We've got jumping already. Is that okay though? You know, I think it is. It's okay just to use jumping. Because like I say, up force is twice of down force, so we can do both in one frame. Without, you know, without checking if we're arced. So we start to jump here. No. Load a state, is it? Animation state. If it's already jumping, we will jump. So we'll call this player jump start. and we'll jump to player jump. In fact, player jumping. If not, if we're here, it means we've called this and it's not already jumping. So we'll set it as jumping. We also want to... Oh. I'm having a right problem with my audio now. Thing is, if it turns off, I don't get any sound on my notifications. Why did I've forgotten why I wanted to do this now, but... Why did I... True, true. Yeah, I used the word gravity completely incorrectly. It was just meant as like a downward force. A sort of a customized one. I've completely bloody forgotten. Let's return out of that. Because we've got a jumping thing here. And that's going to call this. So I was all over the place there. Let's put that up there. That's why I got confused. So that just sets the new state to jump in. And gets out, basically. Here's where we'd probably set the new pattern. And some other bits and bobs. Oh, that's what we need to do. We need to set. That's why I did it. Load A with player Y. Load jump point with A. Yeah, see, mass doesn't exist in my world here. There's no such thing. But there is this mythical downforce. Women will love me. So we've set the player's jump and we've set the point. And now we're in the jump state. So this is going to start happening instead of all the other stuff. Apply velocity. Here we need to check. I think it is wise just to only do either up force or down. Do we need a label? I'm all over the place right now. We don't need a label. We need to check the start point, the point, compared to current one. And remember, it's going minus, isn't it? Which is a pain. If you're clever at maths, which I know some of you guys are, there's a way of just converting that to be a positive. What I really want to do is have a constant now, but my brain doesn't cope with this very well. I end up going right round about the houses to do something that a mathematician could do in a couple of lines, but player jump height. And this will be in pixels, yeah? So let's put 48. So I want to be able to take point, jump point, take our current y, and be left with a value of 48, yeah? But remember, it's going backwards. So our point is going to be probably 26 times 8, whatever that is, yeah? Is because that's the ground. Standing on the shoulder of... I think you can reach great things, can't you, by doing that? It's got to be done. It doesn't matter what I set this to be right now. But that's what it will be when I do my first ever jump. And like I say, it's going to go down, isn't it? So what is that value? I'm so thick I can't even work that out. So 208. Minus 48 is how much? 160. So I hope, do you understand what I'm getting at even? Because I'm not explaining it very well. But I want to be able to do a compare here with that constant. Do I need to do... Zero minus? Is that how I do it? Of course it won't be zero minus though. Hash do. Hex do. Hex, when you start getting into signed integers, is quite weird though, isn't it? I find it harder to visualize with hex. What I'm trying to do is come up with... I need to... Between these two numbers, I need to come up with a positive number of the difference. And then compare it to player height. To player jump height. It's definitely doable. I know it's on the tip of my brain. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know it's really easy, but I can't do it. Player jump point. I need to like add or subtract them, something like that. Yeah, that's all I need to do. Let's get the old notepad out again. We know that jump point is going to be 208. And we know that jump height is 48. So 160 is what we want py to be when we want it to be equal to 48. It's really simple. It's super simple. But so 48 equals 208 take away 160. So we need, that's the 160. And that's the 208. So we want to do it the other way around. We want to sub B. That's now the difference, isn't it? Compare it to that. Push AF. If it's less than, apply gravity. We definitely do need two different states, don't we? Because it's going to go under it again very quickly. Let's just have jumping. Let's have jumping up and jumping down. Sort it. Oh, we could just have direction though, couldn't we? Player jump direction. Um, now, oh, it's less than, of course, because no, it's more than. We've worked out the difference there, haven't we? It's more than. Right, so now we just need to make sure it's set to up when we start the jump. Okay. So it's always up. When it gets to be more than jump height, sets it to down. Whatever the direction is, it jumps to one of those two. So we just need to call jump start now. This could actually be done in the walking state. Thank you very much, Microman. That's very nice of you, dude. Got a Super Meat Boy in there. I love that game. That got me back into retro gaming in a way. Because I always was into retro consoles, but I played that. I hadn't played them for ages, and then I played that game, and it has everything like a Super Nintendo or something. It's good. I'm pretty sure we can just do the jump in the walking only, because that's got the added bonus that we don't have to check if we're already jumping or not. Whew, there's a lot of code we've just done there without trying it, so... Yeah, I love Super Meat Boy. Especially when it first came out. Oh, it was stuck. Of course. We need to set it to down. Although, with that being that... Ah, have I messed up? PY is going down each time, of course. I don't know. Let's try it. Oh, he's stuck there. Hmm. Bugger. Just going to shrink the code slightly for a second here. Animation state. Maybe he needs to be in jumping now. What have I done? Yeah, because I changed the name of gravity. There's no errors or anything. I've forgotten what was making him fall down before we changed anything there. So this state, where else do we change that? Whoops. Oh, so he is in jumping state. Yeah, I bet, yeah. It does to me as well. So it's in jumping state, so it should call straight into jumping. Just as a little hack, let's just call jump start here. Also, I do return out of there, yeah. Ah, what a bugger. Ah, did I change the name of the state? No, I didn't, did I? Just used the direction in the end. So I know it's working. Exactly, exactly. When you wake up at like 4 in the morning outside Burger King. What could be wrong, guys? I don't even know what to comment out. A cot on top of the houseboat. I was thinking about getting a houseboat, you know. As long as I don't have to pay rent. Yeah, I honestly would if I could, if I know I'm not getting ripped off. Well, I'd have to be able to get internet and like be able to run a decent computer. I couldn't have it where I had no power, you know. That's the only thing. But other than that, I'm good to go. I'd love to buy a place, obviously, but I don't think that's ever going to happen. The price, unless they go down a lot, or unless the banks suddenly can't wait to lend to everyone again. That would be nice. It sounds good. Sounds good. Guybrush, a mighty pirate. Oh, I had it all working. I should have pushed it to GitHub when I had the chance, because I've buggered it here. I just wonder if we set him to walking, and then put up. I don't think that matters. Probably forgotten something there. Oh, Do you know what? It's almost just like it was just check keys that was wrong. No, check keys is there. Guybrush. #1 pirate. Pirate goat. I mean, I'm kind of concerned here, like what I could even comment out to get him to fall, just to get back to how I was. It must be this bit here, isn't it? Oh. Ah, no, no. Yeah. Apply velocity needs to be always done. Make sure I'm not already doing it somewhere else. That was stupid. And these can't be jump, because obviously I want to call that apply gravity. I meant velocity. That's wrong there. Probably don't need that push pop, but hey. This is meant to be apply up force. Let's put apply force up, because really I should do apply force down instead of apply gravity there. Whoops. How did that happen? Oh, that's how it happened. I just typed the wrong thing. That was just a very silly mistake what I just done there for the last half hour. So we can probably pretty much copy this. Of course it's minus. And I bet we have to times it by 2. Because of the way I'm doing this. One day I'll figure out exactly why. I've kind of got the hang of why. It might not even happen anyway. Alright, finally. Might work. I hope I haven't messed it up with all that quick changes I did. But hey. Oh, he went up one time for like 1 pixel. Yeah, me too, man. I'll be right back. I've got another little while in me yet, but I'm gonna just quickly use loot. Okay, right, where was we? Yes, we jumped 1 pixel, didn't he? I remember. I don't like having that there, really. Strange. Um, hmm. It's back to the drawing board slightly. Well, that's why it only jumps one time, isn't it? When we land, we need to set it back to walking. Although it did still let us walk. Maybe it is getting set back to walking. Bloody solid. So it gets set back to walking. You should never go down. This should only happen one time when I press jump. Yeah, it does still happen. That's good. Update jumping. Oh god. I'll go all the way down. Huh, it shouldn't be like that now. That's weird. That should only be happening if we're in the jumping state. Yeah, it's not good, is it? I've noticed he's falling a bit slower now as well. Let's just try. Try that. What? That was weird. Yeah, okay, I get it. At least that proves it does go up when you apply force up. Yeah, beat me up. That was quite cool. Did you see how he jumped through the platform? That might be useful in a game actually to know how to do that. Um, so we just saw that apply force up does push him up. Ah, times it by 2 a sec. Not really, no difference. I'll leave that for now as times 2. So it must be. Do you think it's this calculation where about the jump height? I don't know, it seems like it makes sense to me, that. Bodmas, God, I haven't heard that in years. I don't know what it is from memory. It's something to do with the brackets or something, isn't it? To answer your question, I don't personally know the answer. Oh, okay. I don't know. What do you think? I think that this is the culprit. What I've just highlighted. I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory what I'm trying to do there. I'm trying to find out when to set the position, the direction to down. It seems like it's happening too early, like immediately after you jump. I mean, I could do that. I could do 255, take away jump height, and call that when it's smaller than. But yeah, that's not going to work. I've got a constant in there, you know, like it that locks it. It's going to have to wait until it gets all the way to exactly that number. Okay, no worries, man. No worries. It basically needs to be player jump point. Take away. That's what I'm trying to do. Compare that to that. So I guess I probably want to add them. Put JP for jump point. Jump height. Yeah, that's what I want, isn't it? But I want to move JP over. But this is really simple maths from high school, but I've forgotten how to do it. If I want to move JP to there, from that side of the equation to the other side, how could I do that? Something in line 242. Oh yeah. Yeah, maybe. Oh well. I'll get it in a minute. Or if not, I'll get it tomorrow. Of course, what I've done there is not legal, as far as I know. And even if it is, it's not right. The point in space is that, isn't it? And Yeah, that's the actual point on the screen and why. So this isn't PY, this is top. Yeah, so what I actually need to do, isn't it, is add, no, sub height. I think I've got it. I think I've just cracked it, Micro. I think. It did help me writing my little debug comments. And will it'd be less than that, yeah. So cool when it's less than that. Yeah, okay. Now I think we're there. No, it's not doing anything. Oh god. Wait there. So if we're in the jumping state and we're going down, it's gonna break point. So of course we get a load here. Unfortunately you have to tap it every time. Yes, see you next time, Micro. Thanks, man. Okay, it's gone into upstate. Ah, it goes straight into down. So for some reason it's going straight into the down state. No. What happens if we never set it into the down state? It still just only goes at one time. Grr. May end up just deleting all this jump code tomorrow if I can't get it working. I don't know yet. Yeah. Should be constantly calling this. same again. So it definitely doesn't get to there more than one time. Even though we don't set it to down anymore. Whoops. Yeah. That's got me very confused. Nothing new there, of course, but... Really, I don't see how it can ever get set to down again. Unless it's got set to walking. Hmm. Um, we could actually just check this state, couldn't we? 8035. Yeah, I think that's the best way. 8035. So I didn't press anything, I've just pressed F1. And it's 0 there, you can just about see it. And that's walking, I think that's correct. Animation state, here they are, walking 0. So 1's jumping. I've forgotten what the number was. 803 something. 8035. Still 0. So it must have got set straight back to 0 then, I guess. I'm going to put a breakpoint in update jumping then. Right. We should hit the floor and it should eventually get us out of here. Right. Yeah. So it only goes into jumping for 1 frame. So it's got nothing to do with all that stuff I was just messing with. That was probably all correct. All the up force. Hopefully that's correct. It must be colliding with a solid. That's the only thing that sets it to walking. Ooh, how about if we, at least just as a test, if our direction's up, we'll return out. Yeah. So only if we're in the down direction is that going to work. Still not jumping though. Damn. I really thought I was going to do it. Oh, God. I know. I'll start to play much lower. No, just did one time again. Let's get rid of this set down again. I don't think that's going to fix it though. Oh, yes it has. It has, but it's not going up. It's definitely still calling that though. So it was not only was it setting it back to walking, but it was also going back to down. I don't see how it can do that. Wait, that was well wrong. I should have left that comment. Just want to make sure that that only gets set one time as well. That looks good to me. Well, it only got called the one time like I thought, and then never again. But it's still not going up anywhere. What a bugger. Try that. Oh god. There's so many things that could be wrong here. Hmm. So when we take off the jump, when we first launch the jump, this variable here gets set to be that the same value as that. And we know that the ground is at 208, so we know that that's a value of 208. This is 48. So we end up with 160 in B. We load the actual position into A, compare to B. If A is smaller than B, we call that. That seems bang on to me. Ah, so it still doesn't get called. He's just stuck there. Hmm. Where's that breakpoint gone? So that never gets called. That's probably fine then. Somehow this only gets called one time. Zero. I think I can change these. Let's change these to be 60, 61, 62 and 63. See if the values are still zeros. No, there you go, they are still correct. Let's set that to be OX A. There we go, OXA. That's made it a bit clearer. Let's leave it like that, why not? So when I press jump, I've got it into OXB, look. But the very next frame, oh, it's still OXB. Yeah, okay, so it's still OXB. That's good. We know we're still in the jumping state here. So it hasn't collided with the solid. And that's why I can't walk. So it's still in jumping. What the flip's happening then? So it's calling this then. Let me just double check this then. Should be constantly calling that. And it is. Right, okay. So we've got it at least into the jumping state. Stuck there. Why isn't it going up every time? Player direction, let's check that. 8039. He went up 2 notches there, have you noticed? But then he's stuck. He's not going up anymore by the looks of it. $8039. 2. Jump direction. So he's still going up. And he's still in jumping. Right. So we've confirmed that 100%. He's in jumping. His direction's up. This must be getting called then. Didn't we just try this though? Oh look. Look at that. 0 references. It finds it when you find the definition. That's a bit curious. We know it gets called because we see him go up a bit. There we go. It's still getting called over and over again. Okay, what's happening then? He's not... Suddenly it's reaching this point. Must be this. No, it's still getting... Oh, it stopped getting to there. Right. That was weird. That... It's like apply velocity wasn't getting called. Jumps here, I don't know. Hmm. So it's stuck there. It's getting there every time. We even proved here that it actually does tick this up. It takes some time and then eventually it reaches it, but it doesn't show him getting there. See, there you go. Eventually it gets up there. It seems pretty good to me, that code. It really does. It ticks it up and up and up. Then it stops calling it, which is exactly what we want. For some reason, it's, it's not getting drawn. That could be the case. It's just not getting drawn. What's not happening? Hmm. Crazy. See, that looks funky, but we know it worked because we had it working before. Doing the same thing. Run out of ideas. We know it's applying the force. The downforce works fine. Just, if anything, it's got to be something to do with the negative numbers, but I can't believe it. because the gravity should get to the minus, the high bite of gravity, velocity gets to, I think, -5 or whatever it is. Yeah. We've used that before, so we know it works. We've seen it work in loads. I've had that at least 3 different little projects where I've used that. So we only change the velocity if it's not equal to that. So when it does get to -5 and we try and put it up again, or down actually, because we're adding a minus number, it won't go anywhere. It'll just stay, but then we apply the velocity, which would still be -5. So it should be jumping at a quite fast rate at that stage. But we've actually put a breakpoint in here, and it does indeed call it every every frame when you expect it to, when you're jumping. Yeah, still doing it. So velocity must be 0. Let's check what velocity is. VY 8036. Velocity is A0. It's 160. Yeah, 160. So that's the bloody. That's a bit confusing. Let me try run that again and see what the velocity is when we're on the ground. And now, wait there. 8036. Right, so we've got a velocity of 60 by the looks of it, which is in hexadecimal. So that's God knows what, 6 times 16, whatever that is. Going up, and now it's 0. How did it? Wait. Oh, velocity is a word. So we're looking at this one here, which is 0. Let me run this again, I want to have a look at this. Somehow it's 0 here. That's because we're looking at the high bite when we use velocity in the game. I'm not sure how it's staying at 0, that's stupid. Oh, it's gone to 1. Wait, so are we actually using more than the high bite then? No, we do just use that high bite from it. I don't know how it was moving when it was 0. I wonder if they're accurate. 100%, they must be. 8036. Definitely that. So it must be this value here we're looking at. Oh, hang on. Are these 16-bit pairs? No. No, that's 1 byte, isn't it? It must be that. It makes no sense. I mean, it is 0 now. Gone to FF. So it's worked. But it's increasing still to the maximum velocity, FB. Why are we not moving? So that's what VY is. Yeah, and it's stuck there applying velocity, so we know full well that it's doing it. We know VY is FB. Ah, yes. It's got to be something to do with just using the high bite then. Ah, was I looking at the wrong? No, I wasn't. I was looking at the right value. It went to FF. FF. And it decreases, yeah, to 5B. So we know this is 5B. It's got to be this, hasn't it? It's got to be. It's always confused me about signed integers. How does it know here whether I'm trying to use it as a negative or a positive? Because it's perfect. It's coming out of 5B, which I think is going to be 200 or something, isn't it? 251. That's what I meant, yeah. So 5 below maximum. It's because of that, isn't it? Stuck. Not sure how to do that. Because Vy equals FB, and we're expecting that to be -5. But it could just as easily be 251. FB was the high bite of it, which is what we get here. Guess I could do a negative and a positive velocity. But still, I still have to know how to do it. Sign numbers are a pain in the ass. We want to subtract it, but this is like actually 251. You know, it'll go flying if we do that. It's a little hack just to see if he goes up. I'm sure he will. He'll go flying up. Oh, it doesn't even load. Cool, cool. Yeah, so he just goes flying up in the air. And then falls down because of our gravity. So it is kind of working. Like I say, it's just that calculation there. It's subbing it by... What I really want to do is sub it by 255. Take away. Maybe even 256, take away that. Yeah. But you can't do that, can you? Well, it's this. Ah, hang on, maybe. Why does it load HA? Right? Load HA. Doesn't look right. I'm sure it's supposed to be load AH. I'm just wondering, does the screen wrap? Like, maybe this one would have worked in the first place if I just changed that. Oh my god, it does. It's always the simplest things, isn't it? It's almost like I do it on purpose just to end the video on a high. So what went wrong was somehow I'd had AHA, which was completely stupid. Cheers, Moz. Have you ever played Pac-Land, the arcade game? Because the jumping's a lot like that. Oh, you can't deviate your jump though right now. Oh, that's because I stopped taking input control. I can easily change that. If we look here where I check the keyboard, moving left and right, I probably just want to copy that in. The easiest way. Way, I like it. That was an unexpected bonus. Look at that, look. Way, thanks for the bits, Moz. I haven't got the sound on, but oh, that was a bug because we went through the top of the screen. We should stick some graves in there quickly as a platform thing. Quickly make the level up a bit better. I mean, we could use the ground ones. That'll do. He is very athletic. Oh, gravity stopped for some reason. Now collision stopped with the grave. Oh. Oh yeah, I've only done some of the cells. That's what that is. Oh, I don't get that though. Perhaps it was because I'd gone through the screen. Definitely something not quite right. I could even have these as like overlays. Let's do that as well. I'm just picking out little quick easy things now. Let's put the player slot to 10. In fact, 5. Oh, that's sad that when you get over the grave, you have... Look at that though, look. So you can probably get quite advanced with stuff there and have some of the sprite overlay and some of them not. And have like a little barn or something. A little bit clunky when you change direction as well. Not too bad. Oh, look at that grave. Not so good. Something with the tile map scrolling needs changing on my left. On my left scroll routine. It's definitely not perfect, but seeing as I was only trying to implement jumping, I wasn't trying to do the collisions. I love it, really. Yeah, brilliant. I'll be out of here in a minute. I'll leave it on screen, maybe. Get a thumbnail. Oh, walking on air. Definitely something strange with that collision. Oh, do you remember I set it so it only checks for collision? Some of my debugging techniques, I've probably left them behind. Yeah, yeah. Cheers, my dude. We'll have to figure out how to bit scroll these. They look a bit funny the way them pumpkins scroll. Oh, my voice is going funny. Right, must be time to go. Very much appreciate all the bits. Thank you very much, man. I'll be here tomorrow. I reckon I'll do more gaming in the day, probably, rather than coding. Bit easier on the brain, innit? So yeah, thanks very much. See you next time, buddy. Have a good night. Bye bye.